Hello, I am back. It's a little bit of chilling out before the night is done. We reboot the name of our fortress. Kind of neat, though. Forgot about that. Got some weird shoulder thing going on. I kind of had to keep my arm downwards rather than stretching it out. Okay. Nothing super going on currently. Just fix a little bit. Dump some out. There's a little bit of storm going on. Hopefully that doesn't kick back up and interrupt us. Should be okay. Stuff from the room. Paint. Petra. Back tank. Wolfman Pope. Okay. I should have do a quick pause. Um, that. Ever. There. Oh wait. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. What we got for bars? Iron, silver, copper. Maybe put them copper through here. I think... There he is. Wolfman Poet. Oh, duh. Gems. Let's trade some gems. Okay. See what all he got. See if there's anything I actually want. You always like to take their own wood. I'll grab a couple instruments. Why not? Slug cages. Ugh. Hmm. Special. Take their chests. Take the fruits and seed. It's more stuff to turn into alcohol, so. Amber opal nest box. Wild. And here. I'll be nice. And I'll give you this gem. At least they'll be storing some instruments in here. Amoeba? Oh no, we don't want those. Those are toxic. I probably should dig. Dig this in here, that way it's not blocking the like middle of the hallway. Stuff. Gimmick. Brew. Nope. That. Do all the brewing. Now, crafts. Shell crafts. I know we're gonna have a bajillion muscle shells. Seems to just always happen with a freshwater location. Struck prey. Let's see. Got those. Kinds of. Oh yeah, I do. Probably put this location. That we'll set it here. All this gear here. I need some animal fat for soap. Important to have. All these weapon racks in. Wow, really? Don't have shells? They all. Hmm. Dig in some like storage spaces here for shells and bones. And probably should have a place outside the. It's just a, it's like The heck is that flying down here to go into the fortress? But no, it's just a carpenter or a axe dwarf. That might not be too bad. Just put this as the corpse. Just in case. Gather some plants. That way we're keeping in stuff to brew and turn into meal products. Meals should be good. If I can make it make a couple rock hives just to see if I can do beekeeping or not. It may not. It might be there are no bees on this map. Kobold criminal. That seems suspicious. Whoops, wow, that's... Simulate rollback. Wouldn't it? Why is he a criminal? Military kills? No. He does have some sort of bronze great axe legendary. Okay. See if these hives do anything for me. Let's see. They should probably be under farming. Shale hives. We'll see. We'll see if we can do anything with these hives. Wild colony. I guess that's a thing. Oh, I guess we do have bees. Nice. A hell of a lot of bees, but got them. Oh. So this way I can kind of just harvest like 3 hives and then just have the other 2 replace them. And also make more hives, actually, now that since this is a location that has bees. Hive. Hmm. Well, let's see. To make 10 clay hives. Why not? Why are they coming? Snatchers again. Spotted. Command. Hmm. Okay, that's not gonna. That's. Mm, okay. trying. Definitely moving. Yep, I guess. Okay. Escaping off the map. Fine. Hmm. There is nobody left on the map. Chase down, so. Cancel order. We'll have to set up a bit of a. Please. I'll have to set up more manufacturing metal. Get some of this iron put to good use. We have rough stone still? Yeah. Definitely. Stones. Gems. Do about 20. Sounds good. Anything about his history? Bill's knowledge. Well, he knows some poetry and memories. Perform a dance. Of course I'm going to turn this up. Hey, what's going on, Dad? I am alive. Vaguely, but still alive. Yeah, I'm like about the about the only thing that's like actually motivated me recently is just like um having some recreational cannabis to help take the edge off the pain and messing around with some magic cards. It's about the two things I've got going on recently. But having less pain makes it easier to focus on things and do things, even if maybe the edibles don't do that. Uh, fruit. Let's see. Can I harvest? I might need step ladders. That. Make some step ladders. Step. Yep. 6 of those. Work on getting some of this fruit harvest. That should work. Um, settle these not gather products. For now. Think any of them are producing anything yet. Goblin Poet. Hold on. We got a couple goblins. And that's the most name I've ever seen. Fuck. A legendary milker. Nope. 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 Let's see. History. No, I need their knowledge. Oh, yeah. Definitely has a lot of stuff, yeah. Any of them that they wrote themselves? No. That's not. I had to fuss through all their things to figure out whether or not they've wrote any poems themselves. Let's see. Fishery. Um, I need... Oh, right. That's why. Bookkeeper. Who would be a good bookkeeper? Let's put the farmer in. I don't necessarily need farmer constantly farming. There's not a big farm going, so kind of wasteful to not have them doing something else. No thrones? What? Not throne. Should be set there. Rocks, salt blocks. I think that should be good for now, and then I can come in and do these last two without too much danger. People getting stuck. I mean, take a brief AFK to stand up and stretch a little bit. Oh, pop some joints. Forming troop. Huh. So these are all prepared. The muscle's not prepared. Unless somebody's already picked the shells up and run off with them. Which could be the case. Yeah, all of them that are... It'd say that they were raw if... I mean, they would say that they were raw if they still had that stuff in it. Cider pot. Do we need to glaze them, I think, maybe, to get the... glaze. Glaze item. I need to glaze with. Make some add. I think it needs to be... Gold? Glaze with ash? Or it could be that I need or 10 to glaze. It's something like that. Which, let me check, see. That's why. Tight doesn't help me. Limonite is iron as well. It's gold, not useful. Platinum, no. Thought this was the. I think tetrahedrite is the copper or silver. Or magnetite is also just iron. I don't have any of the metals that would be more useful to, like nickel or tin. I think that's what I need these. Sure we'll. Migrant still, that's fine. Got it. The moment. Staircase here. Guess. Also, a little bit of auto mining as well. Would be. Also. Okay. Prepare some fine meal. Got a decent amount of food. Oh yeah. Toss to a kid. Bookkeeper in office. Nope, no. Bookkeeper. Hey. Nice. That up pretty quick. Yep, stone, okay. I guess we could go. Could definitely go up and this way to get to better zone. Digging downwards. Come up here. All right, here. Boom. What job did you have last time? Last I remembered, I think you had stopped with the post office and you were like doing the videotaping for wrestling. I think that's the last thing I remember. Oh, were you doing post office? I thought like you were. I thought you were doing like postal work for the for like a military fort. Or am I confusing? I might be confusing that with somebody else. Oh, nice. You get to play the heel, basically. Since almost nobody ever likes the ref. Gotcha. I mean, if you're looking for stability, then I can understand it, because, you know, you basically had to be running around or waiting for the next show or what have you. And I can't imagine that it would pay better than the post office. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know they've been. Yeah, nice. I know I'd been hearing a lot of like a big part of the problem being that like they didn't have enough people hired on, and like I think they lost a bunch of people during COVID, so they weren't hiring back enough people to replace the people they had lost. Yeah, from what I understand, it was like kind of a big, at least around here anyway, it was kind of a big mess of like understaffing and overworking. I know for the longest time, they had a bunch of hirings around here, but it was for what is it? Like last mile sort of thing, where you were basically taking not so much last mile. It was more like the end of rural route things where you had to like take your own vehicle and you just had to get like X amount of packages and you just drive out into the farmlands out to the north and northeast. Because there's like there's the postal hub here, and then there's nothing but farmland like northeast, east of here. Yeah, I forget what they call it. It's like it's not like not quite. It's not last mile specifically. It's like rural, some sort of rural route. I don't know. I forgot what the term was, but that like I kept hearing about all the hire area they were like trying to hire or whatnot, but every time I looked, it was always just the like rural route people, and I'm like, man, that's. It's like I would do that if I like. At the time, I didn't have like a like stable car usage, so I was just like, man, like. And I don't even know if I could like get away with using this like Fiesta. But yeah, like kind of the suburb area that I'm in, or like right next to, was like kind of the big like wealthier area that like bordered the farmlands. Like there's a bunch of older houses that were, much better off and whatnot up that way. So they like right on the edge of all the farmland north and east of here. But with all those like housing, all that housing and all that like kind of more wealthier. Oh, what the heck? Consort of Standard Chaos is Dark Hunter. What? I don't even. Her. Yeah. So like, that's why a lot of the suburb up here got developed in the first place, or like has gotten more and more developed over time. But there's as things have gotten more chaotic here in the main part of the suburb, still have like nothing but farmland out there. So, which I have to assume that like they would need more post workers for the suburb itself. But I don't know. Maybe they're just like promoting the rural people up into regular routes. And so they're like, okay, well, we need to get new people for that rather than actual like regular mail routes. But I'm not in charge of. Oh no. Okay. I wasn't sure I was ready for them to start doing moods, but I guess we'll see. I do at least have silk. It's just the liaison. Uh, Gotcha. Because like I said, that was I. Uh-oh. Oh no, she started. Okay. Um, because I know somebody had mentioned like, oh hey, the post office is hiring. You should go check that out. And like I got on the website and like I said, it was like if if it wasn't something like midtown working in like a sorting facility of some sort, then it was like all rural routes, and I was just like, ah, I can't. I can't. I definitely couldn't like go and work in the sorting. But like also I was just like, if I would do the rural routes if I had had access to a vehicle at the time. But also, I'm not particularly a morning person, so shale bracelet. I'm not good at being a morning person, that is, so I don't know how well that would work at all. If it did, which it probably wouldn't. Let's see, trade some stuff. Finished goods. Yeah. Let me pause here a second real quick while I go and grab something from the kitchen and take a quick restroom break. Okay, okay. Um, I I I would have to look again, and I don't know if it's even still listed up there. I just was pretty sure that they mentioned that you needed to use your personal vehicle for deliveries for the rural routes. I can't swear to that 100%. I don't really need you here. Thank you though. I tried to sit back down and play, but now I've got a cat in the way. Both cats are over here now because I have some kind of lunch meat. And I assume it's for them. Huh. Didn't you guys eat the stuff that you are trying to get from me? I don't get it. Hmm? Okay. Greetings from the mountain homes. What do you got to trade? Wood, I'll take it. Hmm. Yeah, why not? I'm hoping. I'm hoping that a cat will move and not sit in the way. I'm not trading the thing I just made. Yeah. Don't think I can. Can't like drag and click. What happens? I mark. I wanted to. I was hoping it would mark everything individually so I could come back through and click it all, but goof that up. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, recently, more and more recently, I had like just been just kind of dead to the world. Um, between like various pain issues and stuff, um, like when I got back home, like my guts started acting up a lot more than they did back in Arizona. I gonna put that somewhere. Um, yeah, I just started having a lot more health issues recently. Not until not until I started to partake in the THC. That I got some of that pain kind of in check a little bit. And oddly enough, it helps with a bit of concentration. It takes a little bit. The removing the pain replacing it with like yeah, kind of like it it's very difficult when you have like a chronic pain issue, because it's kind of the more your body has to deal with pain, a lot of times like the harder it is to concentrate. Kind of gets you kind of get ADD a little bit. Your brain is constantly having to process pain, and like, even on days where you're not in a lot of pain, like kind of still like catching up from all that. So stuff like edibles do help with the pain levels, and some of that some of that out of the way, it's a little easier to think. But like you still have the issues of the cannabis can kind of be a little distracting as well. But I mean, I just I like to explain like what it does help me for, like what it's because it does have some actual beneficial use. It's not just it's not just chilling for the sake of chilling. Although there's nothing wrong with that. It's just for me also it does other things. I kind of wish I had my medical card so I could just grow some, but it would I don't know. I might wait on that till like next year. Maybe I can get my compost pile back to a better state. It kind of didn't get particularly used while I was gone. So while like there was some decent amount of compost in there, it had all been sitting there. So and didn't really get added to it all while I was gone. So something I have to mess with. I have gotten a little bit back in it. I might need to go ask around about some stuff. Maybe I can get some. I don't know. I've probably mentioned it before, but like I used to get on like local. Oh, what would you call it? Like local social media stuff, like Facebook groups or whatever, etc. But I get in those groups, like local. Like Nextdoor was the one I used for a while. And like I would get in there and people had yard work they needed to do or like just pick up. I would, let me go, hey, I can swing by and do that real quick. I might pilfer your, yard waste or whatever, because I'll go and throw it in my compost pot. Usually fine with it. Some of the there was a gal up the street that has has a yard or two that's basically just a horse pen, and used to just go and get horse manure for the compost heap. So I might like resort to pilfering trash basically to kind of catch up. What else do we got here? Yeah, I'm grabbing the meats, grabbing the fish, grabbing the mushrooms. I might grab that Jordan cheese. Display cases are nice to have. You know what? I'm gonna buy that just for the artifact. Um, I'll grab some sand back. Just so I have bags. And you know what? Steel pick, because that would be. I think that should be good. Leave it like that. You know what? Heck with their cheese. I will take this book. It's always nice to have those around for when I build a library. Get an early start. Build out that iron. Oh yeah. Trying to think. Is there anything that I really actually do need them to bring me? Maybe I could just have them bring me sand. I don't think I have sand on this location. Nothing interesting from the animals. I guess I could have them send me. And I'll ask too much, I think. I could do like nickel and zinc bars. 10 bars. 'Cause those will be cheap. It'll give me something easy to work with for the like metal smithing. Anvils, backpacks, okay? I can live with that. Can try, in fact, making a few leather backpacks. Oop. Um, um, I need a mechanic shop. I could probably put those, actually. And by those, I mean one, because I really don't need more than one mechanic. Oops. A lot of stuff there. Ooh. I assume... she's a dwarf. I have to assume she's undead. Mm, okay. Oh. Wait, so she was a former Baroness? Now she's just the Baroness consort? Hmm? Interesting. Okay. Must have had some falling out. I do kind of wish it would let me check that kind of stuff too, so I could like look at it and see like, oh, yeah, the civilization collapsed or they got attacked or something and got ran out. It's not as easy to get into unless you like fuss around in the history thing, which is not quite as useful. Or rather, I mean, it's hard to access when you have a fort going, so I wish it would just let me save and then look at it that save in history basically while the history still exists, because I think you have to like abandon the fort entirely to look at that kind of stuff, or you have to you have to like save your make a secondary save of your fort, then close that save out. Ooh, just a rumor from abroad. Yeah. Don't rumors. Hmm. I can't. I'm not gonna send my four untrained dwarves to try to go take that guy back. Okay, fine. Just waiting for them to leave. How to actually put the checkpoint to the entrance. Entrance. Be split. All these get split then? Looks like it. Yeah. Oh. Not sure how long that takes. Oh, there we go. Jug. Okay. Um, do some clay jugs. Display the bracelet. The fancy bracelet. I probably shouldn't put it there either. I probably should put it. But that makes it, I think, way too easy. Well, I think they're actually harder to steal from cases. So hopefully that'll be safe. Although it's not super expensive thing either. Yeah, it's yeah, it's literally rock bracelet. Oh, there they go. Get rid of this trade depot so that we can use this one. Do I have anybody else that wants to be a miner? That's true, we haven't gotten too many new faces recently. Let's make this herbalist. Oh, was this whetstone? Okay. Oh, down there. I'm gonna find a dry spot between the layers that doesn't hit secondary aquifer. I'd like to avoid having to dig out another space just for or dig out a space to have to wall off, mess with the water levels again. Dang. Oh, platinum. Hell of a lot of magnetite. Play jugs are made. Do the 4 colors. If found anything though. Carve out the Cinnabar. Platinum. However, mind the name. Oh. Stone. Hmm. It's not that. Try another staircase downward. Let's see if I can find a way down that isn't full of water. Platinum. Gotta mine a platinum. Hmm. Cinnabar. Okay. Should be able to 10 at a Cinnabar. Do it this way. Alright. Have a good one, Dead, and thank you very much. You? Hmm. Hopefully. Hopefully they're just taking a break. It's not like these stairs are broken. They actually might be broken because this is a downward stair here. This is just a downward stair. So it actually could be broken. Although... Don't know. I think that might be why that's not... Would be my guess anyway. You're in the base? Seriously. What? Okay. Little bastard. Ah! What? Holy shit. Really? Damn. I definitely was not ready for that. Well, it was a little early for this many rat folks to show up, but Whoa! Well, damn. Really? Okay. Man, my recruits apparently were so useless. Jeez. Well, hmm. Damn. Dude runs like a demon. It would be nice if the people. Will just none of them go out there now? That might be. What's going on? Assign leader. Hey, you guys did it. Nice. Okay, unlock. Trying to figure out where even that fighting went on. Up one? Hmm. Guess I will find the I don't see the armor go. Hmm. Let's. Oh, okay. It's no weapon. Okay. Kobolds are here. Scroll Man got beat up too? Damn. Hmm. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to start working on gravestones. Often. Hmm. Oh, yeah. Okay, well. Ends. Goods. Gems. So I could put some gems in there just in case. Why did you put the stew there? The stew doesn't go there. That's not a fruit bin. Floors underneath the doors. Yeah, I thought so. And here, okay. Well, I hope I get some migrant waves in so that I can replace my losses. It's an empty bucket. Get a steel press. Woohoo. Do they have anything I want? That's the next question. A monster? Hmm. Mm-hmm. Sand? Nice. Dang, they want a lot for that sand, though. Oh, it's just that spider, so... Got it. Hmm... Mm. Yeah, I probably don't need the fish, actually. Let's just do that. And then... I'll trade you a few more gems. Really? Dang. Okay. That should be good. Wooden bucket. Tetherite. Fuck, but 2 is coal. Hmm. Just started as I left. Like, dang, they're kind of slow, but also I did lose some of my mine. Oh, in fact, I lost both of the actual miners. uh, well, okay. Might as well get the other two there. And then I need to take this all out. Nope, not that. Wrong thing again. Sure. Nice. I might not be up too much later, just so I can kind of take a play off early, I guess, or get comfortable before bed. Just double checking something real quick. Oop. All right. Two, three, 4, 7, 10. Put it like in the way of their potential dance area. That way this can be the dance floor. Squirrel man. Oh shit, right. Really? No door. Rock dice. Do it. Nice. The squirrel man is hauling the. Hmm. Yeah, I think I might call it a bit. I think that'll be the goal. Just kind of. Debating it still. Kind of still. Coolers, okay. Okay, I think that's better. Okay. Okay. We've got still only 50 left. On some dice and some doors. Glad we got both of those done. They are of equal importance, of course. Tombs. Should be. Yeah. Those are quick. Damn. Damn, Gravy. Did not last. Okay. Well, they snatched like all my children too. Yep. Sure looks like it. Three. Aimed at me. Tamed menaces. Damn. Well, butts. I'm trying to. I have to assume that this is the ones that are attacking me. Hmm. Hmm. Or okay. Got a bunch of tables. Be putting in food. Oh, the new year has started. Oops. Never go wrong with the tavern song, or drinking industry as it is called. Need to put up walls. I will do them the safety way. Shale block. Fine. Shale blocks. Fine. A bit more walls. And this is just gonna be a mess for a little bit, but that's fine. This should all be taken care of as far as the drainage goes. Maybe I should build it in. Probably safer that way. Even though it doesn't look like any moisture is coming out of these blocks themselves, so probably just moisture from the ones above. One on here. I need people. Work orders. Fuck. Trying to think. In the muscle shell still. I thought I might be able to get away with some more shell crafts. And then maybe some more leather backpacks. I don't know if any of the people who can still do that are alive, but okay, yeah, I'll probably go to the top of the hour and I'll probably call it at 11. Singing and dancing. Oh, that way comfortable. I might just hang out tomorrow, maybe. No, it'll probably be maybe later in the evening. I kind of feel like just sitting down and doing a card sort. I need to kind of catalog all my Magic the Gathering stuff. Like I said, I might do that just while I'm sitting here chilling out. Oh. I also should fancy with these tombs as well. Statue. One. Related to site. Huh. Dwarven name. What does it do that? Lulz Luslam. Is a deity of the untamed. Okay. Okay. Wait a minute. What? Does that mean no? Teku. Just gonna kind of set these up before I go to bed, I think. At you. T. Tossed was. Okay. Melville. That you. One. Melville. Damn it. Can't remember. Bill. Zaphon. Zaphon Serral. Zaphon Serral. Hey. Vespia. I think this is like the third year. Yeah, I started at 50, so fourth year technically, I guess. I had more people than this just a minute ago, which is why I'm making these rock statues. Medtob. The Steam release, probably maybe like 200 hours or so would be my rough estimate. I used to play it back in the old days, back in the the ASCII version of it. I got 40. Yeah. Base flooding is very easy when you start digging around and trying to make channels, and if you've got an aquifer around, the water getting in your base is pretty easy. It happens. Yeah, especially if you have if you don't have an aquifer, it can kind of be a pain in the butt. Yeah, because of that. Um, 1 second. Well, let me. Dang, I forgot that guy's name. Medtub. Um. Uh, um. Yeah, a big part of the problem is just the is just that. So it used to be also, yeah. So like, even in, and especially in the older version, it was the same sort of issue with like I would like to be able to click on a thing easier and like highlight that specific thing and find details about it. But it didn't. It just didn't work that well. So you couldn't easily just click on things and go to them. In this version, sometimes you can, and it's just like, well, I wish I could just do that all the time, or at the very least would bring it up somewhere that I can click on it, as opposed to, like I said, in the old version you would have to go like find the very specific menu that you're looking for, find that person, or you like ran third party software and had you'd have things like Dwarf Therapist open, so you could go, aha, I will just change his stuff in the text file and input it through Windows rather than go through the game's UI. So I wouldn't. I could never play it without graphic packs myself. I just I looked at the ASCII and just be like, I I get it, but like it's just not for me. So I would play with graphic packs. It's definitely one of those things where sometimes if you didn't know what you were doing coming into it, you weren't going to get anywhere, because you could drop into an area and just get a lot of times. Let me go back up a little bit. Like a lot of times people's first or second forts even die from running out of food or water in winter. Like that's usually, oh crap, my population doubled. It's like that first winter is almost always going to get somebody, especially new players that don't anticipate the winter. But it almost always ends up see. Okay, I was gonna say, oh, did she infect somebody and spread the infection throughout your fort? As happens. I yeah. I so far in playing, I have not run into. I don't think I've run into any werebears. It's all undead, and most of the undead don't seem to really care all that much. I've had no vampires. I don't know if vampires are not. I think no. I'm pretty sure they're in the current version. I haven't had either of them. See, I made the mistake of putting one. This is like I hadn't played for a while, so I had known about necromancers but never run into any. And then the Steam version came out, and I got one. Like came into my fortress, and I was like, "Oh, I'm putting you in the military." And sure enough, like I put him in the military, and sure enough, as soon as like they got into a fight, like he would just start raising up the zombies. It was like goblin zombies, and then it basically crashed the game because all my soldiers would just immediately jump on the undead that they just made and just stand there and beat on them, and so they all just got stuck because they wouldn't like stop attacking the guys who kept resurrecting. It was a mess. It did literally crash my game. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to see what would happen if I had them in the military, but I should have known better. Yeah, next time I get one, I will mess with it. Let me hop over to the game. I won't play it for very long. I'm probably gonna head off a little bit, but in a little bit, I mean. because it's 11. But let me drag up my the fort that I kind of play if I'm not in a hurry. Gotcha. Like, yeah, I haven't had a ton of experience with the undead. I do remember back when I was still playing the DOS version. I did run into a bunch of not zombies, vampires, and that was always a thing where you'd have to like immediately sit down, like start looking through descriptions, try to find the person who has like the vampire skills. If you're like, okay, it was you. But I won't play this for very long because you can see the that was always the thing, is like, especially in when you had, what was it, you could tell because they always, in the older versions, they would I don't play it on stream just because it is quite slow. No, you can have that population normal. I do have mods that have like the it's mostly like the extra races mods. But no, like, you can have a lot of people. It's just not advised because it'll, yeah, that's one of the modded things. The Iranese, they're like giant people basically. But I have like I have the like extra races mods. And that's just because that's a thing that I did in RimWorld as well. But so I've got like them. There's some rat folk. There's some Naga people. There's bug people. Whatever. And that's on top of like the default games, like all the animal people. But yeah. So yeah, my fortress is like 328. Oh yeah, I had just sent my entire military to go take out this city. Can these people no? This isn't that far along. I was starting to head that way, but I would need a lot more. I would need a lot more steel and a lot more skill. If you can, adamantine, or if you dig around low enough, you can find a lot of like artifact gear. It's always like it usually has like descriptions like shiny metal or warped metal or twisted metal, or it's listed as a funky. Oh yeah. 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 They have it. It's all kind of a. Let me see if it's listed in the stocks or the. Like this. Crashing metal, shining metal, bright metal, clear blue metal. Like, you'll find, if you get down far enough, when you start messing around in cavern layers and such, you can find areas that will have, usually it's lava. Usually you'll find some lava areas that will have like a lot of lava and obsidian around them. Yeah. Gotcha. It can be kind of a pain. At least in the Steam version, So in the DOS version, it used to be really bad because you would very specifically have to go in and assign labors for everybody, like manually. It wasn't this easy. So it like in this, you can at least go through and just start planting, have people be planters, or just set everybody to do this. But like in old DOS mode, you had to go. Yeah, I find that if you really want people to concentrate on a thing, you basically have to assign them and then go in and lock them into that particular labor and that labor only. Yeah, and that's like the only way you can. Can you go in and turn? I wonder if they will still do. Um, what's the? Oh, so that's also sometimes a big part of it. So if you plant a lot, if you have big fields or multiple fields, and they're all planting plump helmets, a lot of times you'll have to go through and make sure you have your guys process those plump helmets, since they don't produce seeds until you like cook or brew with them. So like sometimes you will blow through like all your seeds or your spawn basically. Yeah. Um you definitely have to like sit down and make sure you focus them into I'm trying to remember, it's just dwarven beer? You can like manually tell them to make dwarven beer, I believe. Like brew plant and then go. Oh no, you can't. Okay. Well then I guess you can't do it that way. You could, the way you could do it the most, everybody plants, yeah. Probably I guess the way to go around that would be, where's my kitchen? So like if you go to a still, you could set up a stockpile that was just specifically only plump helmets, and then tell your still or set up a still next to it to just only process those. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, once you get enough of a farm going, like you won't have too much problems with it. Like you just go in here and let's see, I have, yeah, just set one of your work orders to just always be producing drinks, and then you just have to make sure that you're keeping the inputs in the system for them to just constantly be doing that. Yeah, and then if you make too much, you can always sell that stuff off, making more than your fortress is actually using. But again, this is, you'll see the number down here at the bottom of the screen. This is why I don't play this. Yeah, that's kind of one of those things where there's a lot of things that need to be tweaked still, and I bet if they don't do it right away, then like modding opportunities will show up and people will yeah will mod that stuff so that that stuff gets fixed, because it's not only that, I think you can produce more metal just like creating bolts and then melting them back down. Like I think they literally like produce more metal that way. or at least they did. So you used to be able to just constantly. That would be how they would train up their smithing. They would just, especially for people who were unskilled, they would just have them like just sling out constant iron bolts. Yeah, it does. That's kind of where I'm at here. The constant like having to make sure your chain is producing pig iron, and then has even when you have a magma forge, you still have to have a like a coal coke to turn pig iron into steel. So, and that can be, yeah, and that too can be kind of a pain in the ass, because I don't think I've run into it in this game yet. Like I've got this like magma pool here that goes all the way down, but I've got my forges working here. Yeah, you can do, and this is the, if you've been watching tutorials and stuff, you can always do the have the mist generators, like basically. I haven't messed around with like the dwarven therapy stuff, like locking them in a room with like kittens or whatever. So this is like, so I dug this all out. This is the brook that comes through here. I've dug this brook, dug a channel out through here. This reservoir just fills up, and then I've got floodgates that'll open up into this smaller, open like a floodgate into a smaller reservoir, and then I can shut the floodgate, and then I open this back up so that there is X amount of water that comes down through, and as it leaks down through these grates and such, that'll generate mist. The mist, for whatever reason, dwarves love hanging out in the mist, even though they hate rain most of the time. And then this water goes down far enough to where it's now in its own reservoir down here. And this water all gets used by the well. So they'll come and pull. This is their like water source 1. And then I have another one. Where's it at? Oh, hey, cat. Wish you weren't in the way. Do I not have one? I thought I had one next to the... No, that was a different game. I think it's just that one. It honestly gets fairly easy. Like, water is usually fairly easy just because it's pretty easy to pump around if you have problems. Like, you can always... It moves a lot faster, but you don't have to build any funky special setups to kind of like build a pump and pump it out if you accidentally flood yourself. Magma, on the other hand, you have to sit down and like specifically build stuff out of fire or lava-proof rock so that it doesn't melt when you use it, and then you have to pump it like layer by layer using just those materials. So otherwise, otherwise magma will just burn you alive. Or I would recommend, for like, especially your first time messing around with magma, just do what I did here, and like this is all the natural lava cave area here. This is the top level of it, and all I did was come through here, and since it's right next to the chasm, I just kind of filled in some walls here and there and made a reservoir for the magma, and then dug it, like channeled it out so it would just come right in through here. So now it's underneath my buildings. It takes a little bit of like getting used to like how to use channels to move things in underneath without like, you know, getting it spread around your... you have to build the walls out of fireproof materials like dolomite. Dolomite has like a higher melting point than a lot of other rocks, so you can just use it in a rock wall. I'm into constructions. So you just... What I did was I built all this in first. So like this was a natural cavern here. Like this was all here already. And I just came in and put walls so that it couldn't get like further into the cavern. And that kept it all from spilling out here and destroying the rest of the cavern, basically. I've been fortunate. Once you do like start messing around with this, you can get like minor devils and fire ifrits and all kinds of weird stuff will show up once you start messing around with the magma. But the only things I've run into are these like lava crabs. These lava crabs would just show up in here, and they're technically hostile, but most of the time they don't really bother with you. They just keep moving around. But occasionally they'll show up and just kind of they'll pinch a dwarf, and a dwarf will not like it, and most of the time they end up crushing the crabs because they're not particularly big. But you have to keep an eye out. But yeah, this is like a massive fort population wise, and I've got like this is the secondary tavern I was working on. Yeah, I haven't, like I said, I haven't seen any were animals yet. The only real problems I've had is, in this fort specifically, I've had people that constantly, or I had a crossbowman, this human crossbowman, came in, hung out in here for forever, and like I think he was trying to steal an artifact that was here in this pedestal, or no, it was this. I think it was this pendant. Like he kept trying to steal this pendant, couldn't, and then like we chased him out of the fortress, but he didn't. He got outside the fortress and then like shed his disguise. He came up and said like, so and so had been spotted here, and he's like, haha, you'll never get me. Or it's like, what the fuck? So I go back out to check on him, and he's like just running away. But he doesn't have the pendant. The pendant that he's been like sitting here looking at, because it's right here, and I've watched him. Yeah, and that's a cool thing. And that's kind of why I like the vampires too, because that was the thing. Like they would come into your fort, and they would have entirely like false names. They would just make up another name, and you have to be like, wait a minute, you're not that guy, and you have like ridiculous stats, or social stats especially. Yeah, I don't know what it was. I think, and that's kind of why I've seen people, they make like I've seen people make like vaults and things for like securing away their artifacts so that like nobody can ever steal them. But I don't know, for me it seems like so much better to use them especially in taverns, and yeah, the stealth enemies definitely want to catch them early. But you don't even oh, that's true, that's probably for wearables especially, that's probably a good idea. So you don't even really need to have like just chain up the I mean, I don't know. I would much rather it be either on display or on somebody than just like sitting in a locked down room somewhere, because it might increase the value of that room or the fortress, but like it doesn't do anything else for you. Like in a common room, like especially in the tavern, like your dwarves are constantly moving through there, and they get good moods from seeing that kind of stuff. An armor rack. Is it made out of like gold or some fancy metal or just a lot of different materials? Because 20 for 30K for, is it just bone? Had to have something like gem or metal or something on it. Because yeah, because like 20 to 30K is a lot for an armor rack at least. Usually it means it has at least a few extras on it. Like I said, it could just have a lot of different materials. But yeah, yeah, that's I I had a fort that I was messing around with not too long ago. Might still have it. Um, like one person came in with their like 13 kids. It was like 12 or 13 kids, and then like all their kids were the ones that like constantly got moods. So like I had like 3 or 4 kids that all got like legendary stats or skills, and a thing that they couldn't do because they can't use those skills until they are adulthood. So plaster powder. But yeah, as far as the like, so people oftentimes will just chain the war animals there because like that's a thing just to like if you've got the animals, you might as well stick them somewhere where they're useful. Either I don't do it with the front door. What I typically will do is put them down towards the cavern layer. So if I've got, let's see, where's the layer? So this is like the layer where they come in from. Uh, like I will set up a position. I think I have one on the bottom layer because this layer is kind of chumpy now. But like I will set up traps, and then you can have your animals and such back here to watch for like the stuff that comes out of the caverns. Because and for me, I usually have the Mal Miden bone armor rack, toy hammer. Huh. That's still wild. Does it have anything else on it? Or is it just limestone? That still seems a lot for a 23 or for a toy. Spikes of pig bone? But no cool fancy metals or anything? Because that's, I mean, it's still a lot for bones, basically. Kaolinite? That's like clay. What? Yeah, kaolinite is the it's like the stone, quote unquote stone. It's basically clay. You can turn it into clay products. It's usually just deeper in the ground. Ah, that'll do it. Ruby is definitely one of those higher priced materials, especially if it's like a really nice cut gem. You see. Yeah, if it typically if it has a bigger typically if it has a bigger description to it, it usually means it has a lot more materials used in it. has a higher quality, more or less. Usually. How's he doing, Jim? I guess that's considered finished goods. Cut gems. I thought I typed that. Troy hammer, yeah. I mean, I guess if you've got kids in the fortress, that's something to keep them entertained, maybe. Can't see it from here, though. Let's say, like, one of the easiest things to do is just, like, sit down and have your people just process out gems, because diamonds, rubies, a lot of that stuff is worth some bigger cash. And I mean, you definitely want to, especially if you're going to try to do things like try to direct what an artifact is made out of, and kind of mess around with that a bunch. But I honestly don't go to that level, because it's kind of a pain to sit down and go through all the stuff. Welcome back. But yeah, it's kind of a pain to like try to manipulate the materials that an artifact is made out of. So I mean, it's still that 23k is pretty good for something that's not. I think part of the thing with this is that it's like it's not a new game. Like it got its bump. It got its bump after it hit Steam, but then like it's still like, okay, cool, it's finally out as a thing, but it's like, you know, kind of the same game more or less that it's been for 2 decades. So oh yeah, it's definitely it's it's the kind of thing. Wait. Um okay. That's why my population just went down. Because they all just left. Um yeah, like it's definitely the way to do it if you were going to try to get new people into it, which, you know, they definitely should. Like, it's a fun game. Especially as popular as RimWorld got, and RimWorld is just kind of basically uh, a simplistic version of this. Mostly, I mean, it does have a little bit more. It does have more going on, but not in kind of a different way. It's a similar thing, but it's similar except that RimWorld doesn't have Z levels, so you don't have to worry about like the underground or anything. It's just you are on one plane. Uh, it does at least have more of a like if you were hit the world screen in RimWorld, you can kind of travel more. So like you don't just send some people and they go do their thing. Yeah, and that's so kind of the weird thing is that RimWorld can let you do that. Like you could set it to where it was just sort of a fantasy-esque thing, especially with mods. Like you can mod, you know, D&D races, you can add magic systems, etc. Yeah, it's for me. It's one of those things where, especially with this, I gotcha. I mean, it does. The mods for this and RimWorld are actually pretty easy because you can pull them up in the workshop and just add them. The only thing that really ever gets complicated is like mod order, but yeah. I mean, yeah. It used to be one of those things that I Dwarf Fortress was that for me for a long time too because like I would try to manually like add the graphics packs and stuff and that wouldn't always go particularly well. And so it'd just be like, "Oh, I've broke it," or like the so 1 second, I mute the microphone while I open this. But yeah, with like especially and with this and RimWorld, it's fairly easy to mod those things in, and I don't know. Once you get enough hours in a thing, mods are a great way to extend the life of the game. Um, at least until like maybe more stuff gets programmed in, or DLC comes out, or et cetera, et cetera. So, but yeah, probably yeah. Especially if you haven't gone down into like cave layers yet, then we'll definitely have your hands full with cave layers. Um, I honestly haven't played around a ton with like the hidden whatever they call it these days, the circus. I guess is the nickname. I will probably swap back to the other. Um, this, like I said, this thing runs at 10 frames per second. It's not. That's just what happens when you get to. Yeah, I mean that's so FPS death was oftentimes like the biggest thing that would. Yeah, FPS death was like the most common way that a fortress would end a lot of times because you would just get so built up that it would get really slow and you're just like, man, the reasoning is because like this game was made or started long before like everybody had multiple cores in all their computers, so it was designed around one one powerfully cored computer back in the days of like Pentium 3s or whatever. And so part of the big problem is just like, yeah, the slowdown is just because you're crunching so many numbers rather than anything else. Playing Tibia. I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is legs. Like you just playing leg bones. 98. Oh. I've only played a little bit. Nice. Like I've played. I've played a lot of WoW when it came out. That was, I guess that was like the first MMO I played. I like kind of later tried out was it Final Fantasy 13, and I played a little bit of Eve, but like that was also one of those things that I like had always been interested in, but it's like well past its prime. Let me I'll wait for them to get back from their little mission, I guess. Before I switch, or before I call it, I guess. Oh, okay. I did briefly try one of those emulated servers for EverQuest. EverQuest, yeah. I mean, I did briefly also try, like, quote unquote WoW vanilla when it was like, you know, private servers. But that didn't last too long, mostly because the server didn't last super long. Yeah, I'm guessing it was just one of those things where they hadn't quite perfected private servers yet, so like when we started up, like there was a lot of quests that were just broken, especially a lot of in-game stuff was just kind of broken. I'll wait for them all to come back and fill me in on what's happening, and then I will probably head to bed. It might take a while, because like I said, no frame rate. But yeah, this water coming down through here creates mist. Mist makes everybody happy for whatever reason. Damn. And it's always good to put it like through the middle of a like common stairwell or a very populated area. A lot of people will have like their mist generator in their taverns. It's one of those things. It definitely takes some time to like develop the sort of mindset for where to put things for other systems to go through them. But eventually, you'll get to that point where like everything else just comes so quickly that you're like, okay, I've got all this other stuff down. Now let's work on the like complicated bits. And a lot of times you have enough room on your map that even if you like start your initial fortress in one corner and you're like, okay, I want to like go over here and build like everything the way I want it to be, got enough room to work. You know, you just start going down through and like kind of redigging out everything. Yeah. Yeah, it like I said, it's definitely a thing that it'll probably take you a couple times before you Like you get the idea in your head to where you want to start laying everything else out at, and just going. Yeah, it's it's one of those things where, um, like you can find yourself areas where you have a lot less to deal with, like as far as invasions and that kind of thing. You can always go find like a kind of a peaceful biome or a good biome, and you can kind of learn the mechanics of everything underground first, and then go to like an evil zone or someplace where there's constant roving groups of undead and give yourself some kind of wild challenge. I I had one game. It did not last long because I started digging out, and then something. I'm trying to remember what undead it was because it was just like I occasionally would just see these like shamble. It'd be like shambling bones. I have a rot. It'd be like I would look and it would be like a corpse of like some animals just have shown up, and the corpses are like trying to beat on me. Like what? Yeah, it's real weird that the goblins want to parlay, or like that's the only thing they'll. I mean, the they generally will probably attack you anyway. Well, because what they typically do. Sorry, so they won't attack you until they've like. Usually, they won't attack you until the parlay is done. But like 9 times out of 10, they want an artifact from you that you made. Like especially if it's one you've made, like you might as well just smoke them. Um, yeah, like the the only time I would suggest it is just to let it go through or let them like parlay is if you were just done fighting something else, like you or like your military is gone, like this, like oh man, half my guys are gone. You can parlay and kill time until the rest of your guys get back, or you get your army set up. Because like I said, most of the time they'll just go like, "Hey, give me that artifact that you made." And it's like, "Nah, I'm not gonna do that." And so they'll go back out to their people, and then the fight will pause it. Yeah, and that's kind of a thing. I don't think I don't think that's as fleshed out as it's supposed to be. Because like I would be fine with them like coming in and parlaying for other stuff if they think that they need to like show up with a force to like, hey, we actually just want to trade, or hey, we have something of theirs that like we bought or something like that that we didn't like intend to have. You should like, yeah, okay, we'll trade you this for that, or hey, we want some of these people back or whatever. Like, I, a lot of those systems I think are just not fleshed out all the way. It's the same thing with like the justice system. The justice system like is in there and it works to some extent, but like the I don't think all the like intelligence stuff is implemented all the way, cuz you'll get some organizations, you'll get like organizations or let's see, do I have one here? No. I don't have one here, I don't think. Yeah. So sometimes you'll get things in the justice system that'll be like so and so actors. Is it here? No. Like they'll tell you basically like so and so got like this here, like corrupt this guy. Like you'll interrogate a guy and he'll be like, yeah, this kind of stuff here. It's not. I don't think it's entirely fleshed out because like sometimes they won't. They'll have like the plot starts, but then like if the item actually gets stolen, there's no like further like plot beyond that. It's just like, oh, we've got the thing, and then it stops. I think there needs to be more ways to like continue like from a point here. Like I need to be able to like send people out to go find more info, basically. Because a lot of times what happens is like, let's say where is it? Like it is pretty complicated stuff, but like say somebody, I've had 2 artifacts stolen. What happens is that sometimes those artifacts get stolen, but then like you can't do anything about it because they won't know where those things are at in the world. It just says like location unknown, stuff like that. And like there needs to be a way for you to like go send people out to find out about that stuff, or at least like listen for like rumors about it or such and such. Like you have to be able to like continue to pursue that object rather than just kind of hope somebody like tells you about it later. Because that's what a lot of times if you have a tavern, you'll have people just that wander in and give you rumors. Basically, it's usually like bards and such. But you kind of just have to hope that they tell you about things that are important to you. Yeah, if you have, so like my fortress here is big enough that my fort is the capital. It is the mountain home. If you have other civilizations or other fortresses that let's see, does it say here? Yeah, like these guys all popped up after me. These ones that say economically linked to you. Any of these that end up linked to your civilization or linked to you, basically. Yeah, you can go in and like right now I can't because I don't have all my people were out in that military raid. But with your leader, I think you can either use a leader or a liaison. And you basically just send somebody out there and it'll give you a list of citizens. Like you'll click on it to sort of like if you were doing a, let's see, where is it? Missing citizens. Like if I were to do this, no, I had to click on the, oh, I had to go to the missions. So if you go to missions and you find, hey, here's this guy, I'm going to rescue him. What ends up happening is like you'll click on this thing and it'll have a list of people that you can pull in. All right. It'll either have a list or it'll just say you can request 5 workers from here, such. But I believe that only happens when you are like either the biggest fortress in the area or when you are the Mount. No, I'm pretty sure it happened before I was the Mount. Yeah. But yeah, this is, like I said, this is a thing that like I occasionally pop up and just like will be watching things in other windows. So once you've once you've set it to unlock, or once you've set it to unforbid the objects, so long as you have a stockpile that they can stick any of that stuff into, they will like automatically just go out and grab it. Ooh, hmm. Um, you can. I I typically will put them in a just like a like this here. Like this is all like skeletons and stuff for the enemy. Um, because the only downside is if you like for me, um, like 9 times out of 10, if dudes invade me, it's from like right down here. They come in the south way, and so if you just leave bodies there, if one necromancer rolls in, they have like an entire like pile of stuff that they will just turn into stuff like immediately. So it's good to have your kind of your trash pile more or less, like at least out of the way of that. Uh, the ones that they summon up, from what I've seen, if you, so I think they have to be intelligent to attack back. What I think happens, at least what oh, I almost dropped my book. What happened for me was that I would turn them. I would turn them like I think it was this game. In fact, yeah, I think it was this game. I had to like go back a save. Is he in this fort still? Anyway, like they would raise him, and all my guys would get stuck in fighting the zombies, and then all their guys would also get stuck in fighting the zombies because I think they were just like a neutral or like a hostile to all faction, and so like everybody just stuck fighting the things. It was obnoxious. So it might slow them down, but I think unless they are intelligent undead, they won't turn and attack. Basically. What was I looking for? Nope. I need to unpause it, or this will never, like, go. Where is he? Looking for a specific guy. Oh. One of the things that always happens to me is I will so one of the first things I always open is the tavern, and I will just make a note that from here down to here all the way down, that's just all dancers, bards, poets. I know it is, but for whatever reason, I could just never. I can't ever say no to them. It's just like, yeah, come on in, have a party. It's great. Because having people just hanging out in your tavern to entertain your people also gives them good mood. But half the time they just never leave, so. I think probably the easiest way is to like let the first group in and then just shut it down from there. Because otherwise you have to like train your own bards up, and I don't think it's particularly worth it. But if you have a kickin' cavern, like, you get a lot more people coming in that are like soldiers. Oh yeah. And that's kind of one of those things where that's kind of why things like the dwarf therapist all got started, because like it made a lot of that so much easier. Instruction block. As in you've set like what is it? Oops. You've set an area with the so it's built, and you've used this here, the designate constructed, removed. So if you go over here to the digging orders, and click on the designate constructed to be removed. Yeah. Like I said, part of it is just knowing where stuff is in menus. It's the same thing with in RimWorld, you have like so many categories of different things to build, and they're all in different areas, and so it's just like you have to remember which category a thing falls into to be able to build it, because it's just like, is that in housewares? Is that furniture? Is that recreation? I don't know. It's one of those. Fairness, human scholar. So, I've gotten built up enough. So I've gotten built up enough that I've got these temples that are like dedicated to particular deity, which is you usually don't have to. You don't have to. Oh. Ooh. Is this Ant-Man? Cave fish. What? Cave fishman. It's like 4 guys? 5 guys? So the worst part about this is, oh, well, they are pretty close to the base, actually. The worst part about this is that, like, my actual military is all gone. I do have... It's not war trained or anything. I do have a giant emu. But I don't think it'll do much in a fight. Trying to think what. Just let me try to get some people in. I don't think I don't think there's a specific skill tied to it. Let me just get some people together. But a hammer, I'm sure he can adequate. It's just a couple, so I don't should take too much. I don't think there's a specific skill for like for disassembling, so I'll check it here in a second. What in the heck? Oh, it's because that name is screwing up the text line. Dingo woman poet. There's the necromancer, but I don't particularly want to put him down there. Yeah, that's fine. Just send these. They should be all right. Let's see if I can test this one. Let me look and see. I don't think there is. I think it's just part of construction. I don't think it's. You could try just creating a new work detail. Give somebody just wall floor construction. And then remove all their other job details except for the custom one. And then just tell them only select to do this. You could, I guess, theoretically try everybody does this and see that. But I mean, that should be part of construction. So long as they are constructing. So long as they are able to construct, they should be able to get to it, do that. But I know it is. It's always one of those things where some things should work one way, but might not work without a lot of other stuff going on. Like the archery stuff is like real wonky. Setting up archery or setting up a squad for archery is kind of a pain in the ass. Oh, wait. More of them show up? No, it's just. Oh yeah, nope. More of them did show up. Shit. That's no, not good. Oh, what? I mean, I probably should have known better. They almost always come with more than one group. I was just hoping that they would, you know, not try to attack while everybody was gone. Pikeman, I'll take it. Swordsman. Hammerman. There are definitely enough just weapons and gear in the fortress that they shouldn't have too much of a problem getting geared up. It's how useful they're going to be in that gear, I guess. The true. I'm just being a dork. Keep thinking that I can right click and close the squad bar just by clicking off of it rather than oh. Well, somebody who can fight showed up. Oh, he's a legendary miner, that's why. I have to. Oh. Uh-oh. Reformer's been found dead. Was that one of the people in the squad? No, it wasn't. It was just a random person. Oh, dang. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Took 3 times. It might be one of those things that, like, since I have been, I haven't been streaming in a while, that maybe it is, like, confused that I started back up again, and then somebody subbing. But yeah, I definitely appreciate it. I would like to get back to doing this more. I mean, not getting blown up by cave fishmen, I guess. Yeah, I mean, if I can help out, I can help answer questions. Oh, what in the hell? Oh. Ugh. All these kids. Somebody told them that I was going to be out of town. And now all the cave fishmen have shown up. I don't think... Ooh, wait. So they have returned, I see. Or are getting ready to return. Well, I know where you're going now. Sorry, you just got home from a combat. You got a sub, Cassette. Welcome aboard. Miner has been... I mean, I had intended to do more more recently, but for one, like most of the time, whoa, really? Jeez. Cat, please. I had intended to do more frequently, but like I said, I got to the point where like half the time the only games I would play was like RimWorld or Rocket League with Gravy, and I I don't know. I kind of felt like it's not particularly fun just to watch some Yahoo's Rocket League all the time. And then I don't know, like I just kind of got distracted by things. Most of the time, the only thing I would really get on for would be um for Arcade Pit stuff. Dang. They're killing my giant echidna. How rude. Um. So my civilization is the Sandaled Armors. Sauce-toasted. The Wet Heathers. Yeah. Because at least like something like the Lance of Silver. Like, that sounds pretty cool. Like, I can get behind that. The Sandaled Armors? That's weird. Just looking at this Civ name. um, Reports. Oh, they're not actually back yet, so they probably haven't reported in. Which is fine, because I need them down here to, like, repel these friggin' this army of cave fishmen. Or cave fish woman. Where are you going? Don't... You went the wrong way. I mean, they do look pretty close to that. You could call it like albino seals. I could see that. I mean, it maybe makes more sense than cave fish, but then again, there are like that too. That's usually not where they're at. My giant emu. I just bought that. Hey, maybe don't. Why do? How could you not see these guys sitting here in this hallway this whole time? Don't go down the stairs. Oh. At least you are a soldier. No, I from what I understand in the current version, there's not any reason to have the training weapons. It used to be, I assume it's probably just a leftover from previous versions. It used to be that you would make training weapons so that they couldn't potentially hurt themselves or hurt each other while they were using real weapons, because like the way they had set it up was just like the material of the weapon determined how like much piercing damage it did, how much potential damage it did. And so training weapons were just weapons made of wood that like had very low chance of penetrating armor and such. So but I believe in the current Steam version that isn't the case. And that's what happens when you make them. It's kind of what happens when you make the mistake of sending like your entire military out at the same time. Usually not a good idea. Just like keep some people back to guard the base. Damn. Really? They still fighting in here? Well, I guess they are still fighting right in here. That's kind of always one of the problems you'll get. That's kind of the worst part about the hell. Is that just... It's because like 90% of my guys are not actually back yet. That's probably why. I only lost one person here. So this is all just... So, one of the big problems with the... Like, when you get cavern invasions, is if you already have all your stuff set up to where people are working in the mines, like they're coming down through the cave system to the cavern levels, part of the problem is that, like, if an invasion comes up through, you'll have people that are, like, still in the middle of, like, going down to do whatever job they have down below. And so you'll just kind of have waves of people that, like, are going to go do a thing, run into, like, the combat, and they won't stop until they get, like, right down below it or right in front of it. So what happens a lot of times is you just have, like, oh, I'm coming down here to grab my mushrooms off the ground. And then, like, here you are, like, throwing together this militia to, like, fend off an entire army. Yeah, I got lazy and I forgot to turn it on. Well, I just got confused or not. Paused is when this is not lit up like this. This is paused. This is unpaused. It does definitely need a better system to kind of mark that. But you know what? I'll go ahead and turn it on for now, because I probably should have turned it on long ago before all these people have died. Yeesh. Wow, that's... I was like, oh, only one of my people in this force has died. No. Then people just start ticking off of it. Oof. And see, that's the problem. Like, kids, especially, dwarven children, like, will ignore the burrow. But... also, you have to kind of... This is the thing that always kind of bums me out, is that you always have to come back through here and select out all your like current civilians, because if you don't update it frequently, like new migrants or people who have like requested stay won't be on that list, so they will also not be in the borough. You need them to be. But like I said, this problem here is very specifically. I made the mistake of sending everybody off at the same time, and you should not do that. Because you always want to have a force of at least some trained people back. Captain of the Guard is injured. France, say. Well, I mean, at least it's an entertaining battle. Like, even if it's a lot of people just have ate the big one right here. Oof. That list of combat. I also kind of wish it would like take it off of this whenever like this. I don't I don't need to know about a poet vomiting repeatedly. I don't consider that combat anymore. I mean, I get that the injury came from the combat, but like experiencing mortal fear. Yeah, I mean it's the bottom is what tells you the current thing that's going on. Lets you find the people that you're looking for. But and that's another thing that probably I assume there's got to be a way to add that in. Um, like it used to be that you could put on, or you would have the combat going, and you could see the active log as it was going. Like you could just click on a character that was in a combat, and you would see like all those combat moves pop up as they went. So it just kind of they kept a running log rather than like this multiple layers of log. Mm. Get down through. So people. Well, I guess. Yeah. It kind of depends on how big the fort you're sending them to is, and whether or not you've like trained their stealth or anything like that. Yeah, that's probably a little much for just one squad. I mean, there's I mean, if you have all like good iron or steel gear, they might be able to handle that. Although typically what happens is if you don't have their like stealth or their sneak like leveled up, they oftentimes will get caught a lot trying to like do the attack, and so they'll get driven back a bit more. Although usually if they have good gear, they'll survive. If you're unlucky, oh it. This the vomiting poet. Oh, we just stop. Oh, the station. Don't do that. Yeah, I see. Like I said, I keep thinking that since everything else, if you right click, will back out of the menu, but the squad sidebar, just is. Well, I mean, I'll have a lot of stuff to clean up, I guess, and I definitely have a lot more graves and stuff to build. But yeah, like I said, don't ever send like your entire squad out away from the force. Because my normal squad should have no problem just mowing through these cavefish, but I tend to mix it up a bit. Like I'll have a little bit of everything, but a lot of times people will generally use like axes and spears. If you can get the crossbow training to work, then it's usually like axes, spears, and crossbow. Though it's always good to have a mix of a little bit of maybe like maybe a group of anything. Uh, so a lot of times warhammers or like blunt weapons specifically, I believe they don't have a lot of armor piercing. So if you are fighting armored foes, like they're less effective. If you happen to be in like an evil biome, I believe the best weapons you can get for that would be things like warhammers or maces. Um, one of the hardest things can be getting them to, because like you have to go into the, not the character. You have to go into where here. Oh yeah, no, you got to go into the equip here. So you would highlight them. A lot of times you either have to go in and add a uniform, and then like manually add specific boots. Yeah. Other than that, like you have to. Sometimes you also have to get them to like go to layering. Say, does it say? Sometimes you'll have to tell them to layer specifically. Like uniform. Yeah, it it's one of those things. It's the same thing with like the crossbow. The crossbow training is very specific too, in that like when you assign the group to do crossbow work, you have to make sure that you have ammunition for each single person. Like I think it's like 50. It's either 25 or 50. It's at least a stack or two. for each person that you put in the squad when you set them up, because like as soon as you set them up, they will immediately go and claim ammo. Crossbow bolts. Yeah. Usually you need to have at least like a stack or two like in the storage before you even like assign the room and the squad or whatever. Like you have to have all that stuff set up before you add the squad to it. Or they and so that's the other thing. Like you also have to make sure that you have your you have to make sure that you have here. Hold on, let's see. I think there's a way specifically that you have to set it to. Let's pile here. Oh, maybe I didn't change it. No. It's one of the problems. One of the problems is like your hunters will also try to claim the ammo, and they're real bad about claiming it from zones that are in barracks or whatnot. So you have to like set two different ones up. I mean, that's still like really good though. I mean, even though they're making useless nothing, that's still like 39K for a toy. Granted, 9 times out of 10, dwarves will create artifacts that are like entirely useless to you. Like it'll be jewelry or a floodgate or some nonsense that like is just, if you don't stick it somewhere and put it on display, it's just never gonna get used anyway. So it's like, yeah, sure, I'll stick it on this pedestal, and you people can stare at it for as long as you want. Or like the easy thing to do is to keep them around specifically for, I keep pausing and I don't need to because the game goes so slow in this rate. The easiest thing to do, wait, what's going on here? What? Oh, I know, I forgot to do. I forgot to turn that. Ugh, I forgot to turn the water off upstairs. Whoops, that'll show me. Water's still on. Should be off. That's what happens when you get attacked in the middle of like trying to show off a couple lovers, and then goes to hell. So I guess I will. That should drain out. No. I mean, yeah, actually, it will like drain out this way. Yeah, I mean, that's not great, but I guess I'll just have to live with it for a minute. Cause all it does is pours out into the caverns. So, I mean, I guess I make a mess of things here, but oh well. So again, that's why you want to always have like 2 or 3 levers, like floodgates, like build cisterns, build reservoirs. Just also don't forget to turn them off. But yeah, that'll get sorted out. We'll figure. But yeah, like the stuff with like the armor specifically, or setting up crossbowmen, like that's that's some of the stuff that's been the roughest. I guess they must have got up into here. They like these dogs, well, or maybe the dogs got up to here and then died, um but yeah, that's typically some of the hardest stuff to get sorted out, because a lot of times it just requires you to do some weird specific thing. Yeah. I mean, I guess it depends on whether or not if you keep everybody out of your fortress, if you lock out your tavern and all that, then yeah, you won't ever use them for anything. But if you have your tavern open, you can potentially get like human soldiers, or human um, monster hunters and stuff that you could equip with that stuff, or you could trade it to human caravans if they come through. Well, I guess you can trade it to any caravan, but most of the time people will just melt all that stuff down. Although most of the time it's also like goblins is who they get most of the metal and stuff from. Although if you have a cavern open, then like the creepy fishman things will also have. Oh, these are wild ones. The cave fish people, or usually any cave people in general will have metal gear that you can also melt down. What are you doing, cat? What are you doing? Let's see if they still have their gear or not. Buy all the iron, like armor or gear. Because I mean, you could do that too. The problem always is that like you only get like a third of the material, I think, when you melt it down. But if they have a lot of it for cheap, then sure. Especially if it doesn't have any like high quality or anything to it, because you'll definitely want to build or forge better armor if you're gonna equip it yourself. What? Huh. I don't know what this person's doing standing here. Yeah, like I said, it's definitely, especially if you're going to attack other civilizations and such, you definitely need to have at least, I would say at least like half as many as they do. Early on, it can be real hard because it seems like no matter how much you train your soldiers on stuff here, like I think they still have to use like skills like tactical skills, the stealth and sneaking skills and that kind of stuff, which they don't develop normally when they're just like hanging around your fort. So typically what I would do would be like send them against the real small ones. Yeah. I tend to lean with spears and axes most often. Um, although if you get a big enough fortress, I tend to also just give them whatever weapon that they have skill with when they start out. Just because it's so much easier to just let them if they're already a competent maceman or whatever. Just like, okay, cool, you can use the mace. I always go with shield. If you if you're trying to build like a sneakier squad, like if you want to equip the leather armor, then you would give them a buckler. I think the buckler is just smaller and weighs less, so it makes it easier for them to sneak. It just provides less protection. But yeah, this is just typically what happens. You'll get invasions. They will bring a ton of iron, bronze, maybe steel, shell steel, some shell steel, which I some kind of weird amalgam. Yeah, iron. I don't know how much like more or better it is than copper, but it's definitely it's. I want to say there's more of a gap between copper and iron than there is iron and steel. Because copper is like pretty soft in general. I think bronze. I think it's like copper, bronze, and like bismuth bronze or whatever. I think it's copper, then bronze, then iron, then steel, adamantine, special metals. Ugh, caves. Everything getting flooded. Uh, oh, it's almost 1 o'clock. Okay, well, I was going to go to bed a lot earlier, but it is almost 1 o'clock. I will. I'll play a few more minutes, but I will probably call the top of the hour. Get some sleep. Do a recovery. Yeah, no problem. I will. If you are hanging around and you've got questions, I will always try to answer them. Um, it's always just especially with this game, like there might be like 9 different ways to try to fix a problem, and the game wants you to do one specific one to do it. So sometimes it takes a little poking around to find the options that work right. But yeah, that's like the problem that I had with the marksman was just whenever I tried to set up marksman squads, they would always mess up and not train at all. And it wasn't until I made like a dedicated stockpile for their ammunition, had enough. I don't know if they like specifically train with just bone or wood. So it might be one of those things where you have to like craft just the training ammo for them to train. But yeah, that was like the because I did everything else. Like training ammo it's considered like wooden bolts or bone bolts. I don't think they're specifically quote unquote labeled as training ammo, but like that was what it was for because they don't do hardly any damage. The same sort of thing with the like wooden trading weapons. And so that was generally what you used to train. See, I think that's what they're. Let me double check to see. Items. Yeah, bone bolts. See, they'll fire the bolts if they're bone. Alright. Sounds good, Vaspia. Vaspia. Like I said, I am also going to hop off here soon. So have a good one, and thanks again for the sub. I appreciate it. But this also used to be the strategy, although I don't think it works quite as well. It might also just not work because they're like bone bolts, so they break easy. But you used to always put the like a ditch behind the targets, and so like they would hit the wall and fall into the ditch. And so you could just recover your ammunition, but maybe they fixed that with bone bolts. But that's why you manufacture a ton of bone bolts. Or you just have a ton of basic ass arrows, because every non-dwarf archer just always comes in with 100 bolts or 100 arrows. Weird. Oh. I see. I see. I forgot that I labeled him that. Hold on. Yeah, so also because I'm the capital, um, I will end up with all these frigging nobles just roll in and they just hang out. Like literally like this is the entire like civilization's like nobility just hangs out here. And let's see if I can find uh not here. Um did he leave again? Did I just not see his name? Or the bed. Haha. You're back again. Um I look into let's see. Memories. Hmm. So he's labeled Weird Necklace Voyeur because this is the guy that kept coming in here, and he kept asking about this amulet that's sitting here. Like, he would just come in here, hang out, and then like I checked on him, and like I would see him like this visitor is looking for blah 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 blah, and Agmathifler, and I'm like, what? Why are you looking for this thing that we made? And he would just sit in here, hang out watching this thing. Like, I know this isn't the name he had last time. He would just hang out in here and just be like, peep this necklace. And then he would get thrown out. Like, eventually, like, there's obviously too many people in here watching. Like, and he just won't go and take it. Or he's just, I don't know, maybe his job is just to watch over it. Maybe he thinks he needs to protect it. I don't know. He just comes in here, would think about this necklace, and then take off, and then like last time he revealed that he was actually somebody else. And was like, ha, you'll never catch me or whatever, and then left. I'm like, what the fuck? It's just a friggin' microcline necklace, dude. Like, it's not even worth much. It's junk. But no, like, I just gotta come in here and harass the fortress about this necklace. I see you. I see you, Weird Necklace Voyeur. Anyway, it is 3 minutes till bedtime. I'm going to turn off. I want the cat to not be like staring and watching Gecko. It's definitely gotten warm enough that the Gecko is just out and about a lot more. But yes, for now, turn it off. I will probably go back to playing the other fortress next time. I can clean up after that mess. But thanks for hanging out. Thanks for kicking in, and thanks again, Vaspia. And I will call it an evening. Cat, what? No, please. There you go. Okay. Like I said, I might be on tomorrow sometime. I might sit down and just sort out my magic box. Kind of sift through some of the chaff. Bulk. Because it's all older stuff. Not like super old, but like Legions, Onslaught, that kind of stuff. I'd like to get it a little bit better sorted, so I might. Ooh, dang. I might sit down and do some of that tomorrow. Have a good one, everybody.